It's been a while since we've been here. Okay, so where do we start? First, let's make sure the stream is actually working. Okay. You are still complaining about drop frames. Well, we'll deal with it as we deal with it. It shouldn't be a big deal for, this stream. It's been a while since, quite a while since I last live streamed. Well, we'll see if anyone shows up. Hey, the Polish can. Like I said, I'm just starting to. I just woke up. I told myself yesterday I was going to do this. I ended up doing all this setup and then said, okay, first thing in the morning. So the stream today is very simple. Let me pull up my desktop. I have an emulated NeXT station here, and we're going to try running NetBSD on it. It really is that simple. I did all the painful part of getting the networking working. Let me log out just so we can get the messages from scratch. I have a NetBSD VM set up, and this can talk. It is very slow. I'm not sure if that's next step or the very janky network I'm doing to make this work, but yep, there it goes. I don't know why it takes that long. It may be a problem with Hyper-V's virtual switch. And then if I want to log in, I only have the me user, so. Yep, and there we go. You know, I regret, I used to have a NeXT station. I had to give it up when I moved to Europe. So. Still doing the drop thread thing. I really don't want to have to drop to 480. I might have to. Yeah, I might have to just because of the way. Alright. The stream is going to get... Well, if I stop it... Well, alright. I'm just going to wait until people complain. Let me just get as much done as I can. Alright, so I grabbed the sets for NetBSD. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to set up a DHCP server on the next on the NetBSD box. So we do have DHCPD. DHCPD, yeah. So let me grab the NetBSD desk list guide, because that has like 90% of what I need in it, because we're booting from NetBSD to NetBSD. Okay, so specific. Alright, let me, I'll pull this up on the other screen so you can see it. Although it's probably not legible, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so basically what this boils down to is we have to set up DHCP, TFTP, NFS, client file system, and all that good stuff. I'm really starting to feel the effects of not being active on the channel for a long time. I've been really sick for a long time, like the last... Yeah, I'm alive. I spent from January to April suffering from what appears to be mono. I was bedridden for 3 months. And even now, I'm still not great. I'm still having after effects. So it really, really sucks. Alright, so let's grab the sample DHCP file. Because this is what we're going to be using the netboot. So let's sudo to root. Did I install nano? Okay, so I do have... Alright, so let's grab that. Okay, and grab that. Alright. Alright, so the subnet we're going to do this on is 10.100.0. 0. Don't care, don't care, don't care. This we do care. Actually, let me set a domain. No, actually, I don't care. So the host is NeXT. It's going to get a fixed address of 1. Let's see here. Oh wow, people are starting to show up. Okay. Next. And oh, it needs a lease database. So let's see if it can get a lease. Oh. Is it D? Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so let's reboot the next station. Let's go back to desktop view. And let's... Hopefully this doesn't auto reboot back into the system. Alright. I've been very sick, Bradsworth, combined with the fact that streaming from here is not great. I just moved my desk into the living room and out of the... It was a small bedroom, but it was a de facto closet. Of course, it's booting from the hard drive. I'm going to have to power it down and start it up properly. I can't pull the plug because NeXT gets really unhappy about that, and I don't want to fuck this install. It takes so long to reinstall. But I just re-enrolled in classes for the new semester coming up, so there's that. And there is one project I want to do. It's not a thing that makes a great YouTube video, at least until it's done, but I actually own a NeXT station for a reason. I always wanted to port an operating system. Let me see if I can make this bigger, because the stream is going to really be in suffering mode. Let me see. Can I duplicate this source? Okay, hold on. I need to... My scenes are all effed up because it's been so long since I streamed that... Okay, so I clicked that one. Hold on, let me put this in studio mode so I can actually edit it. I am such a great live streamer, man. I'm more at just a malpractice. Okay. This is the previous emulator, which the name is so generic, it's really flipping hard to find on Google. If you search previous emulator, it does come up. Okay. Let's just power down entirely. I'll fuck with the scenes. Yeah, turn off computer. Yeah, normally I do my setup on stream, but for once I actually did it all offline. This is... I was looking at the bare metal code for in NetBSD. Okay, cool. So that is shut down. Let's go to desktop. All right, and now I want you... you can boot from where I'm at, or that's fine. All right, let me see here. So let me do boot en. It's ben. Requesting boot p information. So that's now going to try netboot. Okay, we do actually boot p from dynamic client and no dynamic leases. So I just need to put the MAC address in. Okay, cool. That actually works. That is actually a good thing. All right, so let's restart that. Let's make sure it gets lease. I don't think I don't have TFTP running on this NeXT system yet. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I've been very, very ill. No free leases available. Why is it complaining about free leases? Okay, hold on. Well, that's part of the problem. The broadcast address is wrong. It's been a while since I've last set up Alright, that's starting service. Okay, so BN. Okay, so it did get... Okay, so boot request, boot reply. So NetBSD's DHCP server sees it. So now we can turn that off. And now I need to turn on some services. I need to turn on TFTP. All right. PSX, grep, inet. All right, so one thing I did beforehand is I actually built NetBSD from source. And I told it to do releases, so it should have built everything. I forget where it pops out. Object, release dir, next binary, sets. Yeah, that's everything I need. So this needs to get copied onto the NetBSD system. So let's just do that real quick. SCP star. I don't want to do this as root, so... NeXT support's been in NetBSD for a while. It's been BitRun for a while, but apparently the latest version just works. Oh, right. It's not going to be able to do that. Crud. Because that's WSL. It's on a different fucking subnet. I have to do this from the Windows side. Yeah, I can do that. I can do it this way. That's right. This is N commander, not object. Because what I want to do from this is I want to actually isolate the bootloader and then possibly... I've had a serious thought on... Wow, I am really just failing here. I'm... No, that's the source sets. What did I build it in? I might even submit a patch or two because apparently the hard drive support now works, but there's no installer kernel. Yeah, so there's the boot binary. So we need to go to installation, binary sets. Okay, let's copy this all over to the other one. Hey, Feeling Shred, don't worry about catching me live. Right now, I actually don't know how much we're actually going to do. Alright. Let's do that. Alright. So that should give me the bootloader. Yep, that's the bootloader. I believe it. Yes. Okay. So let me switch to root. What are we telling it to download as its file name? So we want it to download NeXT boot. Okay. And I can't remember with the kernel how NetBSD does it, but if I did that right, we should now get boot messages on the... Yeah, okay. So let's go back to here. Let's go back to previous. Oh, okay, interesting. It actually did try to download something via TFTP and failed miserably. Let's just reset machine. And actually, I think I'm going to want to look at the logs on this. I really do like NetBSD. I wish I got more reasons to use it. Alright. So it gets the file name, and then nothing happens, because it should say, it's currently saying booting NeXT boot from, and then it just kind of stops. All right, let's see here. Is TFTP running? Okay, so that is running. So the problem is with the DHCP lease. I installed Nano, I should use it. Okay. Oh yeah, that would do it. That would totally do it. Yeah, this is 3, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright, so we reset the DHCP process. Let's try that again. Let's see if we get a bootloader. Reset machine. Oh. Okay, that downloaded the NetBSD bootloader. It should die here in a moment because it's not going to be able to get the rest of its brain. But that is actual progress. And the real Abby or Albie, yeah, well, being in Europe means that I have a better time zone overlap with Australia. I think it's just before noon here. It's 1 here. Okay, so that is a distinct start, and that's also what I was hoping to see, because, like I said, I have an end goal in mind. Let's go back to the NetBSD diskless guide, because at this point I need to follow the rest of the instructions. All right. But NetBSD, I really like it as an operating system. Sadly, it already works on NeXT. Here, download the boot blocks for the kernel. I don't remember how NeXT does this, or NetBSD does that. It might do it over NFS. Did we get a log message when it did the TFTP stuff? No, it did not. All right, so next 68 specific. Okay, so it does download the kernel over NFS. Okay, so I was right about that. So let's set up the NFS directory then. All right, so P export next 68K DHCPD, and then let's just fix this. All right. User, there, home. Okay, that gives us that. So that's the kernel. Dev console COO. Okay, so now we need to set up the roots. Yeah, so this port only... Why am I using VI? I have... Sorry, I am... Alright, so this is going to be... User home And then this needs to map to nobody. Nobody. Okay. Alright, so I have to enable have to enable NFS in rf.conf. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Let's see here, it's mount D, RBC bind, yes, and it probably cares about the order. Actually, no, it probably doesn't. NFS server, yes. Lock D equal yes. Stat D equal yes. Alright, let me reboot that VM. Let that power cycle. Okay. Hey, psychological melon, or psychologen, Jenny Melon. I have not been in a good place. Like, my health has been really bad. Even now, it's not great, but I kind of just wanted to. I kept telling myself I was going to stream, I was going to stream, I was going to stream. And all right. So I called it /export. Yeah, okay. That's easy enough to fix. I don't know. That may or may not work. Let's just try it and see if it actually does anything. All right, so this would be BEN NetBSD. Oh, okay, I got reset machine. My Greek has been going. Like I said, I've been so ill, I haven't even been able to work on that. I've been making some headway, but it's not great. Oh, right. I am not running DHCPD. Oh, there it goes. Cancel. I think I broke it. Oh, no. It's still going. When I interrupted it, it probably lost packets and something bad happened. Yeah, we're just going to reset machine. Let's try that again. We did see this run, so it should be doing something. Be right back. Okay. So why is it doing this now? Booting next boot from, so it gets the lease. Alright, so basically now it's just completely hung. Right host is down. Why is the host down? That is read request for next boot. Oh, is it really? You might actually need a host name. Yeah, it keeps saying host is down. What is going on here? It is possible that the network jank is a little bit too jank. I've had problems with this on real hardware because this is very early Ethernet, and so it doesn't do everything the way you'd expect. Read request for netboot success. TFTP host is down. What is this doing? Can I run Wireshark on this system to take a look on what's going on in that interface? It is... Okay, hold on. It is V for net, next VM stuff. All right, let's take a look here. What are you possibly doing? Okay, hold on. So you're sending TFTP requests. From 0 to 3. Host is down. This feels like an ARP problem. Yeah, this is screaming ARP problem to me. Let me give it a hand. Let me just tell it what the server is through ARP. Yeah, I could actually see that being the problem now that I think about it. 2, 4, 6. Do you have to be capitals? Can only set proxy. Why are you saying you can only set proxy? Is it possible the shell's eating it? I don't think so. Can only set proxy for NeXT. I mean, yeah, this feels like... Oh, I have a feeling I know what's wrong. Yeah, hold on. Let me try something. Let me let this boot up all the way. Yeah, let me let this boot up all the way, because that will... I think what's happening is the boot modder isn't sending ARP requests, which actually is consistent with what I've seen. If I start next step all the way, it'll bring up the networking properly, and then NetBSD's ARP table should populate, and then it should be able to complete this. Yeah, actually that makes complete sense on why that's having a complete shit fit. I was having far too much issues with video streaming and editing, so I switched to Windows slowly before I moved to Greece, but I am really disillusioned with the state of Linux. And I'm an ex-Debian developer. All right. So we are here. Now, can we telnet into this? Connection refused. Okay. That's interesting. Can we ping it? We can ping it, but it's refusing telnet. I have telnet enabled. I know I do. Let's log in. And let me fix my scenes so you can see what I'm doing easier. I really wish I didn't feel like hell. There, good enough. All right, next apps. So why we no have telnet? Okay, so oh right, because one is this machine. I am big dumb. All right, let's try telnetting from here to the next box. Oh, okay, that works. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Okay, so I have to log in. Like, once it's connected, it's fine, but it takes a very long time to connect. Yeah, because otherwise it's fine. Okay, so I did install the developer tools. I might try building just a newer bash. Sudo to root. And I want halt. Because I don't want to actually restart the VM. And this should kick me back out to the ROM monitor. Once it actually does its thing. So now do we have a full ARP entry for this? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that made a difference or not. I guess we're going to find out in a minute. Alright, so boot en NetBSD. Yeah, see, that worked. And that downloaded the bootloader. And now it's going to die because I'm pretty sure I have the configuration files wrong. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so export NeXT64 root. That's there. Oh yeah, well that's not gonna work. Why am I using Vi? Do I have pkill? I do have pkill. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so let's try this again. Downloading the bootloader. And this time it just hangs. That is bizarre. I'm not surprised that this is buggy. Well, NeXT machines were really based on the network. Net booting was really just for installation. They came with hard drives. Although diskless was supported. Yeah, so it gets the DHCP information every time, and then it fucking has a heart attack. Write is down. You know, I saw that comment about ethers, and I think you're right that is something I think I need to set. Let me see here. Create an entry. Yeah. All right. Let me put it in ethers. Because if I actually am somewhat serious about doing this. Actually, hold on. Wait. Yeah, host is down. And that has gone to incomplete. So let me go to ethers and add this. Did I do that right? Or does it have to be the other way? It might be the host name first. No, that's right. So ARP ethers. Resolver error 0, no error. Oh, well that's also part of the problem. This needs to be pointed. Yeah, that's not going to help. Okay, so that was multiple shoot myself in the head moments. Because I switched the IPs around. That is not normally how I do this. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it, now that I've got the IP sorted. No, it's still hanging. All right. Well, it wouldn't be one of my projects if things just worked as planned. Read request for next boot. Success. Host is down. Okay, that's correct. That's the bootloader. Okay, that's an ARP entry added. Does that make it actually do something now? If I used a NetBSD or okay, that looks like that actually fixed it. Read header failed input output. Okay, so I think it tried to grab the kernel and then failed. But that's promising, actually, because that actually did something new. Root. Okay, so there's the NetBSD kernel. So what did I miss? So, you know, let's look at Wireshark. Let's see what it actually tried to do. Okay, so hold on. It sent a mount command. And it sent a reply. And it successfully mounted? Yeah, it did successfully mount. Okay, so now we're looking at an NFS problem, but at least now we're going the right way. x64 root. I don't think it would care about the hostname. It might. Yeah, I'm still in Greece. Open University is going well. I was very sick with mono for 3 months. Like, I was bedridden. Like, I couldn't even get up. The only thing I got up to do was to work on papers, and my grades showed that I was kind of dying doing that. Greek hospital system, though, really was quite good. It was much better than when I had mono in the US in my 20s. So it does do the mount call, and then it just shits a brick. Read header failed. Input output. I think I gotta look at the source code. I think we gotta actually look at the source code on this one, because I am completely stumped on what that is trying to tell me. Fortunately, like I said, I built this beforehand. This is a self-built system, because NetBSD makes that really, really easy. Okay. Okay, so that's all there. Yeah, so it is trying to get the kernel. But it doesn't... I don't think it likes what's getting from DHCP. Yeah, I have a thought. It might need the kernel name passed in. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's the kernel booting. That is actually the kernel booting, or at least trying to. If we look over here, yeah, it's downloading the file over NFS. Hey, I am Paige. Yep. Okay, so this was something I was curious about. It does use its own console. Okay, yeah, it is booting. It's almost certainly going to fail because I don't have it fully started. Yeah, okay, that's basically what I expected to happen. Okay, so it did boot. That's interesting. That means the frame buffer does work. Okay, so yeah, that basically booted all the way up. So that means now we go here. And we need to extract the base and the etc. steps. Should probably also get the compilers, but I can install those later. Screw it, I'll also get the compilers. Alright, so let's create a swap file. Make file 32 megabytes. Not CentOS. Okay. So I need to set up FS tab for this, or I gotta set up a few things. Okay, hold on. I have config, what is the Ethernet device name? XE0. So that is iNet, NeXT, NetMask, 255, 255, 255, broadcast. Let me just look here. Am I doing this correctly? Yeah, I don't need to set the separate root partition the way it has it set up. So, because I remember that this guide was always a little wonky. It's like, it gives you 90% of what you need. All right, so host name equal next. We don't have a default route. We're an NFS client. Auto ifconfig is no. Net interfaces is that. That should do it. Oh, right. Okay, so I have to reset it after each try. That's not surprising. So how do I have to pass the kernel name, though? Okay, that's booting. Let's see if that actually boots into a system. Oh, and I typoed broadcast. Like, one of the things I deeply appreciate about NetBSD is that the fucking networking stuff in it hasn't changed in, like, decades. It's not like Linux that seems to want to change it every few years. Okay. So far, so good. So the question is, did it hang or is it still going? Because I don't see anything over the network. I'm guessing it's trying to generate entropy. Oh, even the VAX wasn't this slow. This machine should be faster than the VAX. I'm trying to remember what libxo is. That sounds really familiar, but I can't remember what it is offhand. Alright, we're just going to let that sit, and then let me look around a bit. NetBSD, entropy. Yeah, my guess is there's just not enough entropy, because, let's see here. Let me look at the man page for this. Yeah, my guess is it's hung because there's not enough entropy in the system. Alright, let's see if we can start in single user mode then. Apparently booting up into multi-user was a little bit of an ask. Yeah, I fixed the misspelling. But it hung over due to trying to generate entropy. Still running Ethernet. And then it hangs. Okay, why are you hanging? There's also a lot of retransmissions. Let me limit this to NFS. Let's see. What are you trying to do? Yeah, you basically did a whole lot of retransmitting of everything. Okay. Yeah, so it reads in a lot of stuff, and then it kind of just blows its brains out. Which I'm not sure... Okay, hold on. It looks for dev console... Here we go. And then there's the kernel. I want to filter on lookup calls. Apply as filter selected. Okay, so now where are we? So it grabs that. That's the kernel. And then it looks for something it doesn't see. So it looks for malloc. And then it takes a dump. That is interesting. That I suspect that's a regression. So it is quite possible that this is broken. Why am I not surprised? Alright, let's take a look at the mailing list. Let's see if there's any recent bug reports on this. I knew that NeXT 64 support in NetBSD was kind of janky, so it really doesn't surprise me that it has bitrun. Alright, let's see here. Port, browse, let's take a look. It's a good sign when the last emails from 2025. Oh, this looks... Netboot on non-turbo slab failing at NFS. And then there's this post of current issues. I'm pretty sure I read this one. All right, let's see if there's anything useful in here, and let's see what chat's saying. Yeah, the nice thing is they don't delete the support out, so it's relatively easy to fix. You know, just as a shits and giggles thing, let me switch the model. And let me set this to turbo. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's set this to turbo. Back to main menu. Make sure it didn't blow away. Yeah, that's fine. Reset machine. The wiki page said that the turbo support was not fully working. Oh, did you get a different MAC address? Please don't tell me you got a different MAC address. Yeah, okay, you did actually get a different MAC address. That's unfortunate. Can I set you manually so you have the same MAC address? Yeah, I can. Free F. Okay. So this time it says it's a turbo, so maybe that makes a difference. I have my doubts. I really do have my doubts. Well, my fault was maybe seeing if I could get Linux running. Like, there is no port of Linux to NeXT hardware, but I was, like, looking at the Motorola 68000 code. Because something I've always wanted to do was port an operating system. Okay. So that booted. And we get stray level 3 interrupt over and over and over and over and over again. All right, let's look here. Let me keep looking at these threads just to see if there's anything useful in them. Okay, so hold on. Your image starts booting on all emulated turbos, but hangs here. That's the same place where I am stuck. Yeah, I think it's hanging due to a lack of entropy. What files are we actually downloading at this point? Like, we are still in early boot. We have to be. Yeah, if there's not enough entropy in the kernel, I could easily see this hang behavior. I want to see the exact message we die on, and then I can look in the kernel where it might be. Yeah, so it goes to entropy best effort, and then it takes a dump. Let me generate some network traffic just to see if... Okay, so I can ping it, so it's not crashed. Yeah, it's definitely not crashed. All right. Okay, so we're at entropy at best set. Okay, so there's no option for entropy here. Let me see if I can find a boot log just to get an idea of what it's supposed to put out. Okay, so apparently I can break into the realm modder with Control-Alt. Okay, I suspect... Hold on, do I have to put numlock on? Okay, I cannot... Alright, that does not work in the emulator. That is really unfortunate. On real hardware, you can break into the ROM modder at any point, but I'm guessing the emulator doesn't implement that. Why would it? Okay, let me... I mean, it does start, which is kind of a good sign. I should probably get this working before I do anything else. Entropy overhaul. Problem is, I don't even know where it's blocking. I don't really want to do this, but I guess we're going to build a new kernel. At least I don't have to wait on vintage hardware. Yeah, well, I'm not even loading rc.conf. I'm not even getting that far. Because if we look at the boot messages, yeah, it's not even loading rc.conf. We're not even getting to bin sh. We're dying really, really early in the boot process. Yeah, I'm gonna have to poke around in the early kernel to figure out what is wrong. I just need to know where I'm stuck. What I ultimately want to do is I want to take a stab at putting an Linux sub-architecture in and seeing if we can boot the Linux kernel, because there is no Linux port to NeXT hardware. alternatively, I might have to bisect this. I know it was working with... if I look at the... Let's take a look at the wiki pages. Okay, so 5.2.3 was the last version to actually apparently work fully. Okay, that's done building, so compile. Alright, let's just throw a debug kernel in and see what happens. I have to set password. I have to enable root login because I'm not going to make my life that much. Ah, fuck, that won't work. Oh, right, because it's on the same fucking switch. Oh, that part will work. I have to do this from the Windows side. I hit the bumpy parts of subsystem for Linux more often than not. I don't feel very good. Oh, you're not going to let me do that. All right, that's loaded. Let's reset this machine and see if it does anything. I mean, using an old NetBSD is an option. I'm more interested in using this as a test bench than anything else. Well, that happened. The CPU took a crap. I wonder if enabling diagnostic broke something. Let me disable diagnostic if it dies again. Yeah, it died again. All right. Interesting. I've always wanted to pour an operating system, and it's the only way it's ever going to get done is if I sit down and do it. My end goal would actually not be Linux itself, but it would be a stepping stone. I really am tempted to sit and port Darwin, which was the open source. It's the open source part of Mac OS 10 that was a freestanding operating system. Apple left the Motorola 68000 code in Mac OS 10 for the compiler, so you can get a version of CC tools that could target NeXT or Next hardware, which is the toolchain is one of the more heterocentric bits. So part of me has been mentally wondering what it would take to actually get Mach to run. But that would also require writing a lot of code. And I really have never done much with Motorola 68000 before. That's not true. I started my Debian career actually as a port maintainer. Even back then, it was already obsolete. So in some ways, this is kind of going back to the roots. But I am not terribly optimistic, to be perfectly honest. I'm not even sure if I would target a recent Linux kernel or an old one. I'm sort of tempted to do a modern one just because of shits and giggles factor. Debian still has a Motorola 68000 build. I'd have to run it on Atari to see what the current state of it is. I would start with the Apple 10.4 official. I don't know if I would just do XNU or if I'd actually try and bootstrap the whole damn thing. I'd sort of want to do the whole damn thing. I just don't know how difficult it would be in practice. Darwin's build system is kind of insane. I'd have to build it from macOS itself and ideally on PowerPC. I'll be back. Okay, that's done building. So let's try it. Okay, so saying diagnostic is what blew it up. Wow, that is a lot slower. Copying out path sbin int. Entropy bad error, and then it takes a shit. The fuck? The fact that it crashed again is interesting. And it could also be problems with previous, which is not unheard of. Previous does print out debugging information. I haven't figured out how to get it out on Windows. It normally goes to the terminal on Linux, but I had so many problems running it on Linux. Okay, so we did get an additional, so copying out. So it tries to start int, and then... Actually, that does make sense, because that would explain the libraries it's loading. Yeah, so there's the mount call. Then there's the lookup call. Actually, that's not even getting that far. It downloads the kernel and then it dies. At least with this, the debug information set. So it looks like it dies trying to run int, actually. I'm not sure what that means. Let me read through these threads. Oh wait, there's something relevant here. IP do random ID. Interesting. All right, let's see if that still actually applies. Where is this? So this says that this is what causes the failure. So let's disable these. That is very strange. Okay, I just noticed a second option that might need to be changed. Do RF... Because if this is looking like it's doing cryptology... we'll try it, and then we'll see. Alright. I'm using whatever NetBSD uses, which I think is still GCC 9. It might be newer. I just realized I can use a J option with this. I think I can do J. Oh, maybe... Oh, J6. Okay, it just needs to be earlier in the command line. OpenBSD uses Clang except for... I think they still are using GCC for their Super H port. Cool. Okay. That did a thingy. All right, so that's built. Let's pop that over. And let's reset this. And it dies. There was a second flag, though, I wanted to try changing. But yeah, this looks like there's a major problem with entropy trying to start it up. What was the other commit that... ISS by cryptographic hash. What is this RFC? I don't recognize the number offhand. Oh, okay, so it's... Yeah, okay, that's the problem. It's probably trying to generate a bunch of entropy and... Okay, so I need to go to TCP sequence number. Oh no, that's turned off. That is turned off. Okay. So enable... Yeah, so it tries to do fast... Oh, it's the fucking IPv6 code. Yeah, that would make complete sense if it's trying to seed its entropy generator. And then takes a shit. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. IP6 input... Take a closer look. Yeah, so random ID set to 0. Yeah, that's completely what's fucking it up. It's trying to generate entropy. I see the problem. Yeah, because it's trying to pull entropy. And then it blocks. Yeah, because there's not enough entropy on startup. Let me take a look in the VAX port, because I know this works on VAX, and VAX would have had the same problem. Yeah, see, the VAX has... I'm wondering if there's no crypto device. Like, it doesn't even have a software one it can use. Reverting that commit's gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, so that makes perfect sense, because it tries to seed the entropy and can take a complete shit over it. MIP, Slam Disk, RS6000. Although it's commented out on RS6000. What does entropy check? Because I think there has to be a flag I can change. There has to be a flag I can change. Because it almost certainly boils down... Yeah, okay, so the problem looks like it's trying to seed us the random numbers for TCP/IP sequence numbers. It tries to run the it tries to run the random number generator and takes a shit. So at least I understand the problem. Alright, so CPRG strong. Where are you defined? Yeah, this is definitely starting to look like where the problem is. Strong reset. If I read that code correctly, it's turning off interrupts. Um, yeah, it turns off interrupts and then it hangs because it can't get enough entropy to actually boot the system. Does look like it's supposed to time out. Sorry if I'm not talking. I'm just kind of I think we just disable it trying to ask for secure Yeah, I think we just cleared the flag. All right, so flags equals flags. How do I clear this? We want to do an and mask with oh fuck, I suck with bitewise operations. Life has been interesting. I'm sorry if I'm not paying attention much to chat. I've been very sick for months, and it's only now just starting to clear out. It wasn't, it was mono of all things. Wow, my C is completely going away. Never. I am really rusty. I can't even remember how to. I think I always want to set insecure. Yeah, I do always want to set insecure. So that would be an OR. Yeah, that should always set it. All right, let's build it. Hey, Ma, chat. See if that does anything. Thinking about it. Okay. Well, it hasn't crashed yet. Entropy best effort, but the Ethernet light's still on. And then it dies. Am I not setting the flag correctly? Dang it, it still calls crypto strong. The wiki's staying up. The Mastodon instance is toast. It hasn't been deleted yet, but it's been powered down. Or it should be powered down. Like, this this may also be a race condition. I'd have to get into the fucking debugger to actually know where it is stuck, though. And my guess is that the debugger doesn't have a... Let me send a break. Yeah, the emulator doesn't implement serial, so I don't have that as an option. That is really, really annoying. So they said it was this commit that made it go kaplooey. I don't have a full checkout of the tree, which is kind of annoying. Can I turn off IPv6 support? Because that would at least eliminate a code path. Like, let's just completely remove that path from the code. It reduces the amount of variables. Like, it... I'm guessing it doesn't build without IPv6. Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't build with out IPv6, but let's see what the failure is. I should have built this with the J option to make it go faster. Whatever. Maybe. I'm more interested in having something work. I'm not. This is more a stepping stone to a later point, but I guess because I'm here, I'm going to debug it because there's a bunch of other fixes I saw that sort of kind of worked. All right. Yeah, I should have put a J option on this. I'm just being lazy. Whatever. Okay, that's built. Let's copy it over. Definitely not fast. And it dies in the same exact place. Oh no, wait. Ethernet light was on. Yeah, it downloads int and then it takes a dump. So if it is an entropy hang, it's in the IPv4 code. Well, that limits it. Although it doesn't answer why it gets that far and then dies. I mean, I could also be grasping at straws. All right, let's not get into the weeds. Let's see here. Git convert shallow clone to full. I think we're going to go to the old NetBSD. With modern NetBSD, what it looks like is happening is it tries to pull entropy early in the boot process and it deadlocks. I don't have a debugger, and this isn't the issue I really want to be debugging. I just want to have a working test bench, so to speak. Let me see what this R&D seed thing has. While we're looking at this, or while that downloads. This looks right, this post, but the... Let me see if the Wayback Machine has it. God, I hate that I'm feeling... kind of crap. Let's see if this has any useful information. All right, so that wasn't relevant. All right, so that is almost undoing its thing. I am kind of hoping NetBSD 5 will build. It might not, which could be annoying. I'm just kind of thinking in my head right now. So apparently 5.2.3 might be the version to use. Oh, I have to fix the origins. I'm definitely dealing with fog. I don't know how much farther we go. I kind of just want to see NetBSD boot up. Actually, I'm going to see if I can find something to eat while this goes. I found my tea pitcher, but I haven't found food yet. You know what, screw it. I'm just going to throw a pizza in the oven. Wow, that's still not done? I did, what was the word I was looking for? I found some soft pretzels in the freezer, so that is what I'm currently got cooking. I don't know what it's receiving objects for. Probably commits that weren't unshallowed. Apologize for the lack of comments. I don't even. I almost feel like I let my RuneScape membership expire, else I'd probably be doing woodcutting on the other screen, but at this point I kind of do need to focus. This is definitely... I don't know what I'm going to set the time limit for, but I'm not going to go completely crazy. I think what I want to do is I want to get this to the point that it is self-hosting. I want to make sure this is a stable, or if not stable, at least I know what I'm dealing with if I'm going to use it as a reference code base. Okay. Oh, someone did us something. I just heard it go ding. Hey, Vexen Cove, thanks for the subscription. But what the goal I kind of want to go with this is I want to strip down the bootloader to a minimum viable program that just basically does something and then exits. And then from there, I'm going to kind of just take it a step at a time because I can see how to do it in my head. Okay, so this is definitely downloading a lot more objects than I thought was going to download. I do want to have the source code on hand, so I guess building it makes more sense. I guess we're just going to wait. Actually debating taking a second energy drink. Okay, good. It's done downloading. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna have another energy drink. Man. I apologize for not talking. I just... Hey, how to free 6. And hey, Lucy in chat. I haven't... It's been a while. Oh, and that's the air fryer going off, so that's good. My biggest concern from the mono is I think it may have left me with chronic fatigue syndrome. I had mono in my 20s, and I was never quite the same after it. And I think this is just worse. Okay, so now it's resolved the deltas, but it still hasn't given me a prompt back. There we go. Actually, I need to do a make clean before I change the tree. I am hoping that NetBSD 5 just builds. I could get the binaries. Hey, Angram Captain. Sorry for the relative silence. Like I said, I've only been up for, prior to starting the stream, I was only up for like an hour. So, okay. Check out NetBSD 5.2. Someone went ding. What went ding? Aldrin, thank you for the subscription. All right, so this is going to change us over to 5.2. All right, build.sh. See, one thing I really appreciate about, I need sets. All right, hold on, I also need to set J8. This is going to take a while because it has to bootstrap the entire distribution. That's not a good sign. Yeah, that was exactly what I was fearing was going to happen. Because this is GCC 11, and this is like, it will build its own version of GCC, but it takes a while to do that, which really is flipping irritating. The easier option is just to use an older Ubuntu. Sudo dev bootstrap. What would be a appropriate one for this one? Hardy would probably be too old. Intrepid, not Intrepid. I think Lucid would be the right one. I think it's old releases. Yeah, that was old releases. Shit, that's an old key. I haven't done this in a really long time. The fuck? You won't let me go into Lucid. That works. But bash seg faults. That's a new one for me. That is legitimately a new one. I really don't want to have to install an old distribution to build this. I really don't want to do that. What is the old... Do we have older GCCs in this version? We should. We have 9, which is probably still too new. I really don't want to edit this to make it build. Like, I'm trying to avoid that. I have never seen it true, unless it's something with the Microsoft WSL kernel, which could be the case. I have never seen that. What was after Lucid? I mean, let me go up a version. Okay, I went way farther back than I intended. Let's try Xenol. Lucid would have been back when I was still working at Canonical. I mostly use Debian these days anyway. I'm almost tempted to actually grab Debian instead, but... Is Xenol not in, not retired yet? Oh, I guess it's not. I was having so much issues with Content ID, so I just took my music that I know works, I threw it in a folder, and I made a playlist out of it, and that's what we've got for the background music. Oh, holy shit, Ann Labs. Thank you for the 50. That is seriously awesome. Alright, this seems happier. Hopefully it builds on this. I forgot to install Build Essential. That's fine, I can do that in the chroot. Yeah, this has GCC 5, so this should be more compatible. All right. I think I need the N curses. Is it Debian Cheroot? It's been a while. Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. All right. Build sh clean DIRs. Actually, let's just delete the object folder. All right, let's see if this works. M68K. 68K. Unprivileged build. Sets. All right, now we get to find out if this is old enough to build. Okay, that's an understandable failure. Fire in the hole. Okay, so I guess I have to build tools explicitly. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Yeah, that works. And now it's building GCC. Frig. Kidding me? It does not want to build with GCC 5. It doesn't want to bootstrap. Fuck, it might actually be a problem with... This is what I was afraid of. Older GCCs have been problems being built with newer ones. It's a really common problem, which is why I grabbed... I would think GCC 5 would be able to build 4. I gotta see what the actual failure is. It's gonna rebuild all of this. I don't want to do that. Yeah, and it's going to rebuild the whole damn thing instead of just building a cross compiler like build.sh. Okay, hold on. I don't want to do a make clean. That's the biggest thing I don't want to do. Okay, so that's where it failed. Now we run it without that. Let's see where it actually craps out. All right, so it craps out here. $599. $559. Okay, so this is disagreeing with its header. Oh, it's multiple of these. Damn it. Is it NeXT? Oh, fuck. It's been so long since I used VI. I don't remember offhand. Hold on. It's exactly what I didn't want to be doing. Control W. That's how you do it. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Alright, that seems to have cleared the error, so let's put it back on fast mode. And see if it builds all the tools. That's annoying. Why do you have to be in code I care about? I gotta log this to a file. Actually, you know, I could just do that. That didn't help. Okay, no, so it is the same failure. It just... Floor 2 and exact log are the two files. Oh, wait, it's actually defined here. That's a GCC nonsense. Okay, multiple definitions, so going the right way. This is exactly why I didn't want to do this. Alright, that's kind of going the right way. Did that fix it? That looks like a different failure. But I'm not certain. Oh, okay. End if without if. That's my bad. That's really... If I wasn't in so much pain, it'd probably be a lot easier for me to think about this. I'm tempted to just go back and try an older release of him. Yeah, you know what? That's an easier solution to this. If it wants to build on GCC 4, it can build on GCC 4. So if I want to go to before Xenol, I need to grab Trusty. Yeah, Trusty would have been the previous one, and that should be... That would probably also be GCC 4. Or at least it would be installable. Hey, Andy Retro. Yeah, it's been a while. We're trying to get an old version of NetBSD to build because I need the toolchain from it and see if we can get it running on previous. Okay, so GCC 4 is available on this release. So that's something. All right, let's try this again. Alright, well, it's grinding away at it. Okay, the tool's built. That's actually a really good sign. Alright, so now let's just build the sets. Or is it build release? Build release is what it is. Cool. Alright, that looks like that's building nicely. Oh. Something broke. Huh. Weird. It seems fine now. Yep. I need the tool chain, and I need stuff from the source code, so I want to have a known working tool chain. And I don't, for once, I don't want to subject myself to self-hosting. Kind of my end goal here is I'm sort of debating what it would take to create a NeXT 68K sub-architecture in the Linux kernel. I was looking at the code, and realistically, I don't think it's that different. I mean, Next hardware is a little bit obtuse, but it's well emulated at this point, and I have the next step, the NetBSD tree as a reference. So I'm almost like, I was looking at the standard standalone code base. The way NetBSD boots is it loads a binary into system RAM, a raw file, which then loads an ELF file, jumps into it. That's the NetBSD kernel, and well, it solves a lot of the drudgery of writing a bootloader, which makes me now wonder how hard would it be to get into the Linux kernel and have it crash in start kernel. Yeah, sadly, the modern version of NeXT 68K is completely busted. I poked at it for a bit, but for once I don't actually want to debug something. I'd rather just use something that works. I poked at it a while. The base cause looks like it simply doesn't have enough entropy on startup. And then it blocks on its own syscall, but it crashes when the debug options are set. So I really just don't want to sit there poking at it. Like, it just does not appeal. So when I was looking for the mailing list, this was apparently the last version that was known to work entirely. Nice. Yeah, I do appreciate NetBSD for what it is. I do think it's one of the best. I like it better than the other two. The code is extremely clean and it's nice to work with. I just wish I had more reason to use it. All right, well, at least this looks like this is building nicely. I'm wondering if I should put J8 back on. Yeah, I'll just put J8 back on and I'll let it I'll just retry it as it fails. I apologize if I'm being quiet. Like I said, my health has been really shit. I'm surprised I'm still kind of going. Oh, build aborted. Assuming... Yeah, it's just parallel build stuff. Alright, so that keeps dying. Alright, let's lose the J option. Let's see here. Try using a period correct version of NetBSD and compare. A lot of it is that modern operating systems are just very, very big. I guess just running it with the J option isn't going to fly. Oh, God, I have classes starting up soon. I'm currently going through my notebooks and highlighting stuff. Oh, it actually died with something. There's a file missing. Yeah, there's an actual file missing. That's lovely. Oh no, the makefile's here. Implies the sets have problems. Trying to build this from Git was probably a mistake. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I don't really want to pull the sets down if I can avoid it. Maybe that's a smarter idea, actually. Okay, they don't support FTP. Fine. This isn't terrible. I'm as settled as I'm going to be. How annoying. At this point, no, not really. I'm trying to build the last working NetBSD. I could use the binary sets, but I actually need the tool chain for what I want to do in the next step. And I kind of want to see how stable it is, so I'm probably going to just let it run and try and recompile itself. I think I just need X source. Yeah. What I learned is that the CVS import from Git isn't always complete, and I'm just building the source from the known tarballs that actually fucking built. Yeah, I got source and sys source. Should have just done this to begin with. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if that works. I used to have NeXT hardware, which was a donation to the channel. Due to the circumstances in which I found myself to Greece, I had to divest myself of that system, but this was what I planned with it. So I really hated giving that system up. It wasn't in great shape when I got it. The CRT head was completely blown out, and the printer didn't even power on. I ended up recycling the CRT because I wasn't going to ship it across the United States, because I moved from New Jersey to Portland, Oregon, and then suddenly to Greece twice within a year. 2014 was incredibly chaotic for me. Oh, fuck me. What? Why are you giving a permission denied? Oh, I know what happened. No, it should have preserved. Let's just try that again. Let me see if that was a fluke. Alright, I guess that was a fluke. NetBSD builds its own tools, but Release will build the tools automatically. I don't have to do that by hand. Can't find the output. Permission denied. I didn't preserve permissions when I extracted the source. That's what did it. No, it isn't preserving the permissions. No, they don't have the execute bits set either. Damn it. I think I'll just deal with this one as it comes. This should be an easier fix. You know, I put pretzels in a while ago. They should have down a while ago. Let me grab them. Pretzel good. Alright. Well, that's building. Pretzels are good. Okay, I feel better. Although I'm a little alarmed that I'm on my third energy drink of the day. Barely awake. But I do feel like, to a large extent, that I am suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome. Which just sucks. Hey, T94 XR, yeah. I've been dealing with some pretty serious health crap. I came down with mono at the beginning of the year. I was bedridden for 3 months, and even now it's still not good. Yeah, I appreciate it. Uh, good is relative. The biggest thing is I'm in a much more secure and safe place than I was, which is a lot for quality of life, but it feels like everything else has gone wrong. But most people would kill for the first thing, so I should count my blessings. I didn't get faster internet. It's still the same shitty Vodafone VDSL. I did move my office, or I moved my desktop and my streaming setup to the living room now, so I could be less of a recluse. Ooh. I have class starting up in about a month again. I only barely passed because I was so sick. The papers were damn impossible to write. For better or worse, I'm doubling up for classes this year, but I'm doing what I can to get ahead of it. I think I'm going to call the stream when this finishes building. If this finishes building, we'll boot it, and then I will do something. We can do it later. I don't have to do it this moment. I do want to see if this finishes building now. I'm currently seeking my bachelor's degree from Open University in the UK. I'm studying politics, economics, and philosophy. It's an opportunity I never had in my life earlier, so I'm taking advantage of while I'm in a place to do it. And kind of for the sake of doing it, although I do have other reasons for pursuing a liberal arts degree. I probably will continue on to a master's, but I'm not certain when will happen. But I'm basically reliving a large part of my 20s, except this time it's on the terms I want, which it's a powerful thing. Like, I'm good at what I do in tech, at least when I'm not feeling completely asinine. Like, my YouTube channel shows what I can do. I have no doubt of that. And while there's certainly people that are better at it than me, not a lot, there aren't that many. I don't remember the module numbers offhand. It's the philosophy and it's intro to philosophy, intro to economics. I've gone 2/3 of the way through the first textbook doing highlights. I don't know if I'm going to go back to long form videos anytime soon. I've started a few, but I can't even find the energy to finish them. If I can start streaming regularly again, because it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of health. And things are going to be very iffy in September. Right, this seems promising that it's going to build, although maybe I just jinxed it. Nice, Andy. Yeah, I have a lot. That video is not so much services for Unix, but how to build a Linux distribution from scratch. And I mean from scratch. The only thing I didn't successfully build was the bootloader, and that's just because I could not be asked. Yeah, SFU, that was like the one period of time. I'm very happy I did that because it was in the period where I was kind of settling to new life, but before I got sick. And it's terrible. Like, I feel like I don't think life is a fair thing. You know, there's circumstances that are always going to be beyond your control. Some people are going to have all the luck. Some people are going to have none of it. And mine oscillates towards extremes. I've done a lot of things in my life that people will never have the opportunity to do. As I saw at the time, is I had the resources and the desire to do it, and what stops most people is the desire versus anything else. Or at least that was my view on it at the time. We're currently building NetBSD 5, which was apparently the last version that actually fucking worked on NeXT hardware. I don't really want to debug the new version. I just need a reference code base for what I want to actually do. The plan is basically I want to take the standalone bootloader, the stage 1 bootloader from NetBSD. I want to strip it down to a bare minimum application. And then I kind of want to see if I could load a Linux kernel and crash in it. Because I was looking at the Motorola 68000 code in the kernel. And because Motorola, basically all things Motorola brain. Basically, Motorola made both the main chip and the MMU. So it's a lot more coherent than, say, ARM, which has a lot of quirks. Like, something that surprised me is that instead of using separate head.s's, Atari, Amiga, and classic Macs all use the same kernel startup code. There's a lot of branching if statements, but it did not look as terrible as it could be, because when I looked at the NetBSD stuff, the MMU code is also common, and that is the hardest part. If you can get past the MMU, you should be able to start up basically the rest of the kernel, because interrupts are basically standard. As long as I only target one NeXT machine, it probably wouldn't be hard to get working on multiple, but if you basically can set up interrupts, you have to run the clock, but the clock is easy. You have to run the, you basically have to get through head.s all the way to start kernel, which means you have to survive turning on interrupts. You have to set up the MMU. Technically, you have to set up the console, but you don't actually have to do that. If you could just send it all to early print K. And that should get you all the way to the point where it would actually try and mount a root file system, and then at that point, obviously fall over. This was what I was planning to do with the NeXT machine. I wasn't necessarily planning on doing Linux, but one of the things is I love to port Darwin to some. I've always wanted to do a full port of an operating system. I've made small ports in the past, usually just getting a sub-architecture or something going. And I've sort of been thinking about trying to make Darwin run a Motorola 68000. Part of the Next Step source code is available. It was offered on tape. And it is floating on the internet. It's very old. It's Next Step 2, so it's from the 80s. But under the hood, the mock kernel basically changed very little from Next Step. Even into Darwin, a lot of the plumbing did not change. Like, it's shocking how much it didn't. And for the stuff I care about, which is early int, it isn't terrible. Like, I know Wincom or WinOCM was able, before they worked at Apple, they ported XNU to ARM. And it wasn't that much code when I looked at it. And obviously, if I could get the kernel running, then I would just have to implement... You don't need much to run the userland. You basically... And a lot of the Motorola 68000 code is actually still in there. I know the toolchain will build on NextStep and make valid binaries. The Mako format's defined. Bin Utilities knows what it is. GCC or CC Tools knows what it is. So the only place where I'd think you'd have to... Probably the dynamic linker would be the pain point if I had to think about userland shit. Although Mako is more cross-platform than you'd think, so it is possible that I don't have to do particularly much there. You'd have to deal with the dynamic linker. Oh, well, you'd also need to deal with that for mock because of the way, XNU, and because XNU loads its kernel modules as a kint, and that it's basically the legacy mock API is connected to IOKit, and IOKit has the drivers for the everything, and those are loaded into a kernel cache. The problem is Previous doesn't emulate the serial ports. I don't have a serial port. I do have the console, and I do have the ROM monitor. So I can get pretty far without them, to be perfectly blunt. I could always look at Previous and see how much of the serial port they actually implemented. It's a standard chip as far as I know. I believe it's a Motorola SCC. I think it's the same one that was using the Macintosh, to be honest. Because I believe there's a stub in here for it. Yeah, SCC. Yeah, it wouldn't be terrible, to be perfectly honest, to convert this into an actual working serial port if I actually had to. Yeah, if I still had actual Next hardware, it'd be a lot easier because I could use the ROM monitor, but the ROM monitor does not appear to work on the emulator. I can't break into it. That might just be the emulator suppresses the key, or there's a different way to trigger the break signal. Oh, I like this track. But NetBSD has the non-ADB keyboard controller working. It has the Ethernet driver working. We've seen that. We know that one works. And it also has basically all the code I would need. So it would really just be a matter of looking at NetBSD and writing or converting it to work on No, I want to port an operating system, so I'm starting to think I want to try and do a sub-architecture port of Linux as a warm-up. Because Linux does not run on NeXT hardware. I was surprised to find that out. It runs on everything fucking else. But I guess no one really cares. Which really doesn't surprise me. The only people that are still running the original Motorola 68000 code are Atari users with a 68060. It's painful on a... It was painful 10 years ago on a 68040. My honest thing is that this is something I've dreamed of doing, and if I don't do it before I die, it'll never get done. It's... I don't know why. I've always had a fascination with doing porting, and this was why I took the NeXT station when it was offered to me. I was going to do something like this. Just never happened. I think it's done building. Yeah, it's running sync. I'm pretty sure this is on the SSD. What? I've never seen this. Might be a problem with sync in the chroot. Whatever. Yeah, it might just be a problem with syncing the chroot. I'm back-ish. We'll see how it actually goes. Yep, still in Europe. I live here full time now. Still trying to figure out what I'm doing with my life, to be perfectly honest. It's the idea of even thinking about having a future. I hope it's not rebuilding all the tools. I don't think it is. It is. Why did it do that? Okay, so running sync does actually break the chroot. Oh, for the love of God. Do I really have to... Yeah, I do actually. Oh no. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. Right, so the sync command is broken in this true root, so... I'm not even going to at this point. I hate electronic keys. I hate how, like, they're they're not repairable. Okay, it's creating the base sets. That means the build succeeded. Nice. Finally, something that works. Where the sets come out? Right, that doesn't work. Cool. Those are the sets. So now we go here. Let's reset you so you're not holding the machine. Okay, that should do it. Oh wait, I also transferred the bootloader. All right, let's see if that works. BN. Unknown binary format. Awesome. All right, let's hope the new bootloader can boot the old one. All right, there she goes. I'll be right back. Oh, something happened. Warning, no dev console. Think that got, yeah, there it goes. Okay, so that was a couple of interesting things I've learned about this. So it didn't build the first stage bootloader correctly, but it is booting. Multi-user. Okay, I just need to futz with the configs. Oh, we did get to a prompt. Let me see if we can go multi-user. Okay. It's missing FS tab. It is bringing up the network, so... Yeah, it's booting. Not fast, but it is booting. It is thinking really hard. Oh yeah, it's making, it's actually doing something over NFS. It is still going. Well, it is a much period correct version of NetBSD would be faster. Yeah, it's still going, but the network card on this thing is only 10 megabit. And NFS is a noisy protocol. No, it's actually doing it on the NFS file system. It's writing a file called services.temp, and it's gotta probably keep loading parts of it off NFS. That's why it's so dreadful. You really only want to be doing net booting for installing. Doing a whole operating system over net booting is painful. Yeah, I mean, we can see in Wireshark, it's going. And I'm seeing fragmented replies, which really doesn't surprise me. I found the NIC on the next station was kind of garbage. Like on the actual physical hardware. It's thinking about it really hard. I could hit Control C. Is it actually making progress? No, it does look like it's making progress. I see write calls anyway. Let me see if I can find the file it's actually writing. Yeah, it's not frozen. It is actually doing something. But this file is not that big. Oh no, wait, I take that back. Okay, it is a fairly chunky file. Shouldn't be this slow. 733 kilobytes. Okay, maybe if it's doing a lot of read writing, yeah, I could see that. Oh, there's services DB. Well, it's now checking Yellow Pages stuff.
Yeah, this is really slow. Even the VAX was faster than this. I do think it's problems with the Ethernet adapter. The VAX was more modern hardware, even though it was the same clock. Oh, and I lost the chat. This is staggering on how slow it is. Hey, we got a login prompt. Can we actually log in? Okay, it does actually boot. Is slow. Does SCSI work on this? Okay, so it can read the hard drive. So SCSI does work. I think this is as far as I want to take it today. I don't want to completely kill myself. But, okay, it does boot, which is a good thing. So now I have a bootloader that works and a kernel that works as far as reference code, which is not a bad thing to have. The next thing I would have to do is I have to isolate out the bootloader. But yeah, that actually effing worked. I am quite happy about that, to be honest. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm going to call it here. I may stream later. We'll see. All right, this is your host, Den Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.